some of the best, if not the best teams here in the world are going to be witnessed as of the moment here at the IESF World Esports Championship 2024. And this is an absolute honor to witness all of these best nations to go at it, the best players. My name is Hans Galeria, and together with me is Wumi, and we're going to be bringing you the action. 3 matches, well, of probably 12, but we're going to be witnessing at least 3 matches today. Wumi, I'm sure that we're going to be, in store or ready for everything that is about to happen now. But just like what I said a while ago, 3 matches are up ahead, and first of that triple header is those teams right at the lower right of your screen from Indonesia.
That's true. When we look at the entire schedule today, it's just so interesting that we're going to start immediately with Indonesia. We do know that Indonesia is one of the biggest regions, if not the biggest region right now for MLBB. And throughout the history of MLBB, Indonesia has always been one of those countries that you want to watch. So starting it up with GUAM versus Indonesia, this is one of those classic David and Goliath matchups where we could say that Indonesia is the giant this time around.
Yeah, honestly, if you are Indonesia, this could really be one of the easiest groups for you in terms of like the experience level. You know that this is something that you can absolutely handle. Because again, in terms of like the group stages for the IESF World Esports Championship, as far as I can remember, this is more or less a double elimination setup, right? As far as I can remember.
Yeah.
But before that, I'm going to go ahead
teams,
and take a look at the schedule as of the moment for us to take a look at what we should expect right now. Let's take a look at the schedule.
Let's see. Pretty sure with all of the things happening right now, Hans, with the next 3 matches as well, I'm quite excited to see on what matches are we going to watch. Because as far as I know, the last match of the 3rd match of the day is a match that we haven't really seen yet because we're still waiting for those teams to finish up their first few games. So right now we are looking at GUAM in Indonesia, as you said, and right after this we're gonna go to NA fighting against the current MSC champions, Malaysia. So it's gonna be very interesting to see how NA would fare up against a region such as Malaysia, which we know right now is at the top of their game.
Right, so as of the moment, you are currently seeing Indonesia and GUAM, which is going to be the first series. And just like what Wami has mentioned a while ago, it's Malaysia versus the USA for the second series of the night or the afternoon or the day, wherever you might be, because you're probably watching this on different sides of the world. But for that final matchup, we're going to be taking a look at 2 possible contenders, either one of which would come from either of the groups for this current broadcast. But just like what I was saying, for the recent moments that we're going to be having, this is a double elimination format here for both of the teams, where only the top 2 teams would be able to make it into the playoff rounds. And I feel like this time around, it's GUAM versus Indonesia, and right now for GUAM, we have JBS, Secret, Slopesy, Kai, and Zukato Gen representing their team for the very first time in IESF.
Oh, they're really up for a big challenge here up against Indonesia. We do know that these players are already one of the best players in their country. And for GUAM, one of the rising regions of MLBB, we do expect nothing less of adapting inside the meta, because right now you're going to go up against possibly one of the strongest teams to enter IESF right now.
I mean, you have Albert, CW, Kiboy, Sans, and Luke. This is your usual Fnatic Onyx lineup. The only difference is that there is Luke, who is also making his IESF debut here in 2024. And not to mention, this has been a player that has been making waves, making a lot of noise all throughout their domestic league in MPL Indonesia. And I feel like now is his time to also showcase what he's got. But to start it off with GUAM, just like what you said, it may be a really big or a huge hurdle to climb for that country.
Yeah. And I'm loving this lineup for Indonesia right now. We do see that Onyx Indonesia, or in this time around, Indonesia, Team Indonesia, that comprises of a couple of Onyx players and a substitute coming in from BTR, is one of the teams to watch out for, considering that apart from their historic record inside the realm of MLBB esports, we're also looking at a full Indonesian lineup. Because if we look at their current professional league, there are a lot of imports, yes, but this is one of those teams that you kind of want to look out for, because this also represents what Indonesian MLBB is, like a pure Indonesian MLBB.
Right, guys, just in case you're curious about what that is, what that, kind of like grouped up numbers and letters are, that's the redeem code that you can use here in IESF World Esports Championship 2024. Go ahead and claim it right now, because it's going to be gone in just a couple of seconds, maybe 3 seconds. I'm not sure how long it's going to be there. It's finally gone. You missed it. You missed the opportunity. Somebody probably took it already. But again, just like what I said, or just like what Wami has mentioned, this is an Indonesian team that, it's something that we kind of like expect. I know there's a bunch of international tournaments out there that has a lot of imports, maybe has a lot of mixed nationalities, but for IESF, this is really, a group of players representing a nation, representing their home soil, and they're really looking forward to getting the championship for themselves, especially when during IESF 2022 it was Indonesia, 2023 it was Philippines. Could we possibly someone next? Or, what do you think about that?
When we look at MLBB all around the world, it's starting to, let's just say, get closer in terms of the top few teams here in the entire MLBB landscape. For the longest time, we've been looking at Indonesia and Philippines, and quite recently, Malaysia has taken it to the big stage. And I wouldn't be so sure in saying that there is a huge skill gap, because looking at how GUAM could potentially play in this series, it could potentially shock everyone watching right now in case we do see like a good best of 3 series. And when I say good, it doesn't have to be like a 2-0. Like, I'm honestly expecting this first series to go all the way to game 3.
That is an interesting take there. Knowing that Guam is a country that has had their very first, international representation here in the IESF World Esports Championship 2024, a team that probably hasn't gotten a lot of experience in terms of playing the game, but they will also be able to showcase what they can do this time around here in IESF. But to go up against Indonesia, a country, or I wouldn't even say a region, right? A country that has, MLBB probably invested in their veins already. That each and every one of these players, not only are they famous, but they also know how to play the game very well. But they also are probably the idols of not only different countries, but also different nationalities from there. So, Guam's going to have a lot of learning to do here for them to be able to beat Indonesia. So for me, I honestly think that this would go a sweep, but I like your take that this could actually go 3 games, because why not?
Yep. Who knows, right? Huge respect to Indonesia, of course. Like, for Guam, I'm just giving it the benefit of the doubt. Surely you already know that you're up against one of the best regions entering IESF. You should be very prepared entering this series, especially you're not just representing your team, you're representing an entire country or entire region, as you said. And about to enter this entire game. Game 1 is one of those games that you really want to win, especially if you want to control the pace of the series.
All right, man. Before I give you the play-by-play for later, I just want to know, all right, what has been the major change in terms of the meta right now, given the current patch? Or is it something that you has there been a huge change, or, keep me up to speed with this?
Well, when we look at the meta, I do think that there's no big changes. We're still looking at a lot of assassins inside the jungle, a lot of supportive picks in the XP lane role. We have seen the rise of the Hilda in the XP lane, but right now, I would say that the Edith and the Gatot Kacha are still really much in store for very early priority picks, and I wouldn't really be surprised if they are able to secure those picks. But Suyu was open, so might as well take it. One of the best assassins in the game, did experience a few nerfs here and there, but still one of the best assassins inside the meta.
Yeah, and to think that Guam is going to be picking this hero kind of like gives me an idea of how much they've tried to study, how much they've tried to learn. But this is a hero that's constantly, starting to show up in like the latter portions of the fourth quarter of the year, right? The Hilda, and also, of course, the Eve that has been a staple so far in the second half of the year. We've seen a little bit more of the sustainability in the early portions of the game, and not only that, you also get a bit of poke damage from the early to mid, and that might just be a problem here that Guam needs to answer. I feel like they could go for, okay, I like this. It's a Khalid to also cater to the early game snowball and early game aggression that the Hilda might pose here from Indonesia.
Yeah, and what I like about both the Hilda and the Khalid is both of them are flex picks too. You don't really know if they're going to go in for that, I would say, early XP lane pick. They could potentially switch that up into a roam role. So depending on the third pick coming in from Indonesia here, we could see whether or not this Hilda is going to go to the XP lane or in roam.
I think in terms of the Lunox being picked here, I think Guam is starting to be wary about whether or not Indonesia is going to be building on that tankiness. Because again, if you have that Hilda on your side, it's going to be a little too difficult to take it down. So at this point in time, they want someone to at least peel that HP bar to shreds. But the only problem is it takes a lot of time for you to be able to get it to scale. And you have another problem with a Joy also joining the lineup here for the side of Onyx Indonesia. Immediate damage from the early game. And as far as I can remember, it's been a while since we've seen, the Joy in like the previous seasons of the Pro Leagues, right?
Well, the Joy has been rising quite well for the past few weeks or so in the more recent MLBB tournaments out there. So no surprise with the Joy being picked up, though against a Suyu. This is something that still thinking about. In terms of wave clear and clear speed inside the jungle, I would still give it to the Suyu. But in terms of overall damage inside a team fight, then maybe it's quite equal. But I would say the clear speed inside the jungle is still very important here. So we might see a lot of leashes coming in from Fnatic Onyx. But in terms of mastery, I do feel like Albert is very, very comfortable with this Joy.
Yeah, honestly, if you take a look at the Joy, just like what you've mentioned, we've seen it in a couple of other tournaments that happened within the week, right? Before, like the past 2-3 weeks ago, you don't really get to see the Joy very often. But in terms of the damage output that the Joy can really give, it could pose a huge problem, which is why I think that Guam had some precautionary measures in this one by just picking up the lead. It gives you at least a chunk of damage in the early portion of the game to hope to just land on the pressure whenever necessary. Now the Hylos and the Akai are going to be the bans for Indonesia, but then the Cho and the Gatot Kacha are going to be here for Guam. So kind of like, most of the roamers are being removed here, but yeah, there's a lot of heroes that Kiboy can use for Indonesia here.
Yeah, and this is one of those comfort picks as well. Like, we know that Kiboy loves to play that Tigreal, and it does confirm that this Hilda will be going to the XP lane. Now that the Tigreal is locked in, they're still looking for their gold laner, and there are still a lot of options out there. The 1-1 and the Harith only being the two bans in this entire game for the gold lane. So last two picks here for the side of Guam. I am quite interested to see whether or not this is going to be a gold lane Lunox, but looks like they're going to go for the Moskov instead, which confirms that this will be a mid lane Lunox, a very damage-centric lineup coming in from Guam.
Yeah, you have the Cupra at least finally locked in here for their side, and you can also have a Moskov in addition to them as of this moment. So this is going to be a Lunox going to the mid lane, which, I somewhat find interesting, because again, it could go very well or it could go very bad depending on how Luke is going to be playing this Hilda, because again, you will expect an early sense of aggression from the XP laner of Indonesia. And not only that, because if you don't get the scaling that you need, there's no way that you're going to be reaching the Matrix that's going to be probably locked here by CW, and they will do that. So I feel like for the Khalid, and the Kufra, they're gonna have to find a way to reach that Beatrix one way or another. Because if they don't, then Indonesia's just gonna go ahead and shoot from where they cannot be reached.
Definitely a lot of damage from afar coming in from Indonesia, especially in the hands of CW, but also in the front lines. You have the Joy, you have the Tigreal, could buy a lot of time for Indonesia, and for Guam they do have a lot of damage as well. Yes, they do have the Suyu, but my main worry here is that they're going to take a while before they're able to deal damage, because you do have that Lunox in the mid lane. You do know that the Lunox does need a bit of gold here before he comes in and gets all of the kills, but then again, they are running the Suyu, so that means they do have some sort of early game damage.
Yeah, so for Guam here, just like as you were saying, all they need to do is probably hold the line, right? They can't really take a lot of damage. They can't afford to get those objectives down, and I feel like they know what they're supposed to do. They have to make sure to activate both Kai and both Secret manning the gold lane and the mid lane respectively. This is game number 1 of what is about to happen between Guam and Indonesia, a powerhouse going up against the newest players on the block, as Indonesia is looking forward to another means of retribution.
Yeah, interesting positioning here coming in from Secret, knowing that Kiboy is already around that right bush, still goes in for the front lines and deals a bit of damage as well. Quite the respectable positioning, but looks like Sans is starting to have a upper hand here with the innate range that this Eve has, and now the Lethal Wanderer already being secured by Indonesia as well. And at the get-go, Indonesia is looking really strong in the early game.
Yeah, I mean, as of the moment, you actually get to see a lot of them starting to go with the initiations immediately.
Oh, Vengeance already used here for Luke, and looks like a lot of HP will be gone there. But as we head on to a pause, the regen will kick in for the side of Matilda as well. So I wouldn't say that there are a lot of damage done. The Vengeance being burnt though, that is quite the early battle spell to use. So still a very even early game with Indonesia getting a slight advantage.
Yeah, you even see Luke already being in the mid lane, right? That's something that wouldn't really be surprising given that the Hilda is practically on their side. So, I think Guam is starting to miss some sort of pieces here for them to be able to at least give an impact in the early game. One, the Khalid is, trying to farm in that other side of the lane, which I feel like he could utilize the Khalid a little better, given that he has that set of damage outputs that could absolutely land in the early portions of the game. So without that, it's the Hilda actually getting the advantage and trying to at least get that damage down on Lunox. And this is what I was talking about before, that when you have the Lunox in the mid lane and you let the Hilda roam freely, then it's not going to be an easy time for Secret as of this moment.
Yeah, and I think for Secret, I do have to give it to him. He knows the boundaries of what Lunox could do. It's fairly safe to be a bit forward, especially if you have access to healing coming in from your light, and the invulnerability as well become level 4. But right now, I would say if Kiboy was able to land that backdash that he was trying to get in level 1, that could have been an automatic flicker burn coming in from that Lunox, but thankfully, that didn't work in Guam's favor. So we're looking at still Indonesia trying to set the pace here, considering that they do have that roam Hilda. They might be able to bully the jungle in the side of Guam, but for Guam, they got to play a bit of defense in the early parts of the game. Since they're running the Lunox and the Suyu, you kind of want to make sure that the entire jungle route for the Suyu is quite safe.
Yeah, because again, Suyu is practically very much effective in the early game, especially in terms of objective taking. Because that retribution take together with that possibly first or second skill of his really could pose a problem. In terms of taking a lot of the objectives. We're going to be going back into this game so far, just like what we've witnessed from a while ago. We haven't really seen a lot of deaths practically. No deaths as of the moment, but I feel like the fight is about to start as soon as that first turtle starts to spawn, and it's going to be up to Slope C to actually get that for his team.
Yeah, and right at the get-go, you could see Luke damaging Zukato Zen here quite well, but this is a Khalid that we're talking about. One quicksand guard could definitely just pull back all of the HP lost, and you could say the same for Hilda. So pretty much this is a dead lane. They could hurt each other the entire day and pretty much survive anything. It's lost, they don't go all the way, but Zukato Zen here in the mid lane. Kiboy still level 3, no access to his ult just yet, but Sans, different story. Real world manipulation might be available for this potential turtle fight.
A slight difference here. Sans already at level 4. Meanwhile, Secret just reached level 4 by going on to the other side. But here goes.
Flicker quicksand guard here coming in from Zukato Zen, which means the turtle might just go to the side of the Team Indonesia as they go invade the moment they get that turtle as well. The light is already used here. Brilliance burnt for Secret as he heads on back to the mid lane. Indonesia still getting a good gold lead here in the early game.
Yeah, it's just Indonesia learning or just asserting their dominance by using the fundamentals. And just like that, right, from what we've seen, it is starting to be, Guam getting a little bit of that slowly but surely. Because Indonesia is starting to get them one by one, first in facing them off, going up against their opponents by putting the most durable heroes first whenever they get objectives. And because of that, Guam is starting to group up together. And 3 minutes into the game, that's not the most ideal thing to do in terms of, trying to set up what you want to do.
Yeah, and a huge kill here coming in from Indonesia. And in fact, those were a couple of kills in transition. Guam definitely caught out of place there in the early part. But Luke looks like in a potential 2v1, but this is Hilda, and it's just going to walk away as we head on to another pause. And this is one of those things that when we look at Hilda, it kind of feels like it's hopeless to kill him in lane. Like maybe in team fights, yes, but when we're looking at a 2v1 in lane, it's almost always sure that the Hilda could walk away.
It's so difficult to just do that against Hilda. I feel like Khalid, during the first few moments of like the off season, if I should say, has really been a problem whenever teams start to use it. Like it's so difficult to kill, it's so difficult to take down, like except for the fact that when you have Cho to at least disturb the peace of whenever the Khalid is healing. But when the Cho is gone, Khalid would usually be like invincible. You can't really kill it in the early portions of the game. But as soon as the Hilda started to pop up in the meta as we speak, there has been a lot of teams, a lot of famous pro clubs that have already used this specific hero for them to continue their aggression, especially with XP laners that are really aggressive in nature. You have XP laners that would really stay in lane and make sure that their lanes are very comfortable and for other players could set up, but there are also aggressive gold XP laners that would really want to go to the other side just to wreak havoc on their opponents.
And usually those aggressive XP laners are the XP laners that win the championships, and you wouldn't really want an XP laner that stays in lane that much, mainly because you kind of want to affect all of those objective fights. And that's one of the main reasons why we have the river movement speed buff for a lot of parts, especially once the turtle starts and the turtle ends. You want those XP laners to be part of the team fights. And as a Hilda, apart from your innate movement speed and regen whenever you enter bushes, it's just really huge that you could survive lane even in a 2v1 setup for as long as you don't get 3v1 or dove like 4v1, which is almost insane considering that you kind of want to put those resources where it matters most. So mostly gold lane. You kind of want to just gank gold lane again and again because that's where your money is worth it.
Yeah, I mean, to think about it, Guam would make the right moves, but just execute it a little bit on the lackluster side. We've seen the Kufra starting to front. You also see the Khalid trying to at least assist the rest of the members who are trying to escape upon that real world manipulation during like the first at least 2 minutes of the gameplay. The only problem was that they didn't have enough communication just yet, and the rotation wasn't there for them to be able to execute like a full-on counter attack, because you have the Kufra, you have the Khalid in the early portions of the game that would be menacing to the opposing side in the early portions of the game. The only problem is, even though they have the Kufra, the Joy hasn't really felt the pressure as of the moment. And to think about that, we haven't even talked about Albert yet, right? We've talked about a lot of possible rotations that Indonesia has done, but Albert is roaming freely in the lane.
And this is what you want if you're a Joy. You don't have a lot of damage in the early parts of the game. You usually start spiking up that damage by mid-game the moment you get your first item. Sometimes it's a Genius Wand, sometimes it's the Starlium Scythe, but regardless of what you choose, it's always going to be that first item that gives you a lot of damage to begin with. And of course, playing around your skill level and making sure that your Rhythm of Joy is actually stacked up to a maximum. That allows the Joy to deal so much damage in team fights and skirmishes. But if you're not able to get that perfect beat or the perfect rhythm, it's one of those things that actually hurts the damage of the Joy as well. So it's really up to Albert how he's going to play this Joy quite well, because at the end of the day, if you don't get that perfect rhythm, it's going to be really bad for their overall magic damage supply.
Yeah, yeah. Now that we're talking about Albert, I feel like he's been waiting for his opportunity as well. Like I think it's been a while. It's been a long time since we've seen Albert actually play, and I feel like this is one of those platforms where he can utilize his best. Because when you think about it, it really is crazy to me that Albert is indeed their best jungler as of the moment. That's the reason why he's representing Indonesia, and he's been seeking this opportunity to play for the longest time. And I'm just happy that he gets it now, right?
Yeah, and I guess in their professional leagues as well in Indonesia, Albert has taken quite the time off, even if he is an active player,
Yeah.
mainly because of other players present inside the roster. But that doesn't mean that he's not sharp. A lot of the 6-mans that we actually see in a lot of our professional teams are quite ready to play. It's rare to see a 6-man that's just there for content,
Yeah.
or just there for for the vibes. Usually these players, even if they're just there for the vibes, they do know how to integrate themselves very quickly inside the squad. So big respect to Albert, definitely. Entering this match against GUAM, maybe he could finally show the world that even if he is a quote-unquote technically a substitute, he could still play in the roster if he wanted to, because I do feel like that a lot of the people in Indonesia as well trusts this man. Albert has been carrying the flag of Indonesia for the longest time.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, for Albert, his mantra is probably like, guys, this is something that you probably missed on. You're probably missing on for the longest time, because you're seeing other players play, but now it's probably my time to shine. And I'm sure that he's gonna utilize every single bit of chance that he get to possibly get Indonesia for another championship this time around. But on the other hand, I also want to talk about like Luke in this specific situation, because Luke is the only player from the Indonesian team who's not part of their professional team. So in terms of like the preparations, what do you think are some of the things that Luke had to take note? Because if we remember correctly, Indonesia / Fnatic Onyx Indonesia has been a household name in their country.
Yeah.
And for Luke to have his debut for the first time, is it something that's more of like a pressure? What does he need to do? What do you think is his idea here heading into this game and heading into this competition?
Well, I feel like when we look at Luke, even if it is his first time here in IESF, I do feel like that he just feels like he belongs. He's already that player that we've
Yeah.
watched several times. A lot of tournament experience as well. He got that spot inside the roster because he earned it. And I do feel like as Indonesia, one of the biggest, if not the biggest MLBB country in the world, could place their trust in Luke, like I feel like it starts to become a question of how far can Luke go rather than how ready Luke is. Because definitely Luke came here very ready, and the question just remains: how long can Indonesia go? Are they gonna go all the way to the finals, or are they gonna crumble in defeat? Like, that's one of the first few questions that we have to ask. And right now against GUAM, they could potentially just show the world that they are ready to compete here in IESF, because it's gonna be a major upset if ever GUAM does get this series, because GUAM, as you said, still one of the rising regions inside MLBB.
Yeah, because again, this is their first international tournament. Aside from the IESF, we haven't seen Guam. A lot of times, I feel like joining them is also Bahrain, and then there's a lot of
Mhm.
other countries as well. I feel like there's four of
That's
them to
true.
be specific. So for them to also be part of this already, to be included in the games, is something that you really can take note of. Because again, if you're Guam, we've seen Guam defeat, I believe, New Zealand 3-0 in that qualifiers, which really is a huge thing because in terms of everything that's happening around Australia and New Zealand, that MLBB is starting to grow in there as well. But to think that Guam would beat something or beat a country that has growing players already, that's starting to introduce the esports ecosystem already in them, they could possibly have that enough passion to learn more about the game in itself. But in terms of learning and in terms of like the application, I feel like you'd want to have another opponent rather than Indonesia. Because Indonesia would literally just try to, put a stamp into everything that you've learned so far and possibly even change that in this best of three series.
Yeah, and we really don't know how this best of three could go.
Right?
And for Indonesia, you're right. They're happy that they're up against Guam, but you couldn't say the same for Guam. Like, you're up against one of the more historic teams already. You wish you could have started with somebody else, but hey, if you're gonna go for champions or you're gonna go for at least top 4 or top 2 within the groups, you're bound to fight the bigger teams. You're bound to fight the more historically relevant or historically competitive teams such as Indonesia. So for Guam, I feel like they've already mentally prepared themselves going up against Indonesia, because you cannot enter this match, you cannot enter this tournament knowing that or maybe expecting that you could dodge teams like this, because with the format that we do have, maybe you could dodge a few, but you cannot dodge all of them.
Yeah.
Because in this format right now, again, I think it's only top 2 teams of the
Yep.
4 groups, so that's already 16 teams cut in half. So 8 teams will advance after this entire phase of the tournament. So whoever you're grouped with, surely you have already prepared your game plans quite early. But you're right, Hans. Like, I do agree. If I were Guam, I'd want to start with a different team first. I kind of want to warm or get my feet wet for just a bit before I go up against Indonesia.
Yeah. I mean, at this point in time, maybe the idea that they have is to possibly just, at least we know how one of the strong teams play here in IESM. So maybe we can adapt to it at some point in time. We know how we can find a way to be able to get the victory against them. But this is an opportunity for them to also do it as well, because they're going to be grouped up together with Egypt and the hosts, Saudi Arabia. And Egypt has started in that game so far, in Saudi Arabia, I guess we can't say anything less about that team. But going back into this game, this is what we're talking about so far.
No. And right after the pause, you could see Luke going at it very aggressively. Couldn't even save himself. But here comes Kiboy with a great implosion.
Man.
Real world manipulation lands on 2. And that's going to be another kill going to the hands of Indonesia. 4-0 is a kill score. And they might just even get this turret as well. Albert burns the electrifying beats. And overall, just Indonesia taking so much away from Guam.
Yeah, there's just a lot of things that Guam needs to worry about right now. Like it started with one, right? All you needed to do was just take care of at least one scenario, which is to minimize total damage that you will possibly take. But the only problem that is happening right now, as the turtle has been taken once again by Indonesia, is to actually find a lot more of those chances, which Indonesia is actually not giving them. Because even if you do, there's always going to be Indonesia that's part of that, and that is starting to be a problem as of the moment for Guam, who's starting to group up together 5 minutes in.
Yeah, and Albert goes in. Kai, 2v1, gets the Cooper ult out as well, but looks like JBS will be sacrificing himself for that entire save. But at least the gold laner is still alive.
man. There it goes again. That is another situation as of the moment, and just like that, it feels like Guam is starting to go a little bit. The how do I say this? The level outputs aren't really practically different for
Oh,
the explainers. Maybe this is something.
nice setup coming in from JBS, but still the damage is lacking.
Oh
CW
man.
almost lands the Renner's apathy, but sadly, Secret was able to do a good sidestep out there. Sakata Zen will be able to take care of that turret. Sadly, the Siege minion does take one hit, and that's Lopsy just going out as well. Quicksand Guard used. JBS might just fall down, but Albert going in for the Rhythm of Joy will be able to go out. No kills just yet, but Indonesia still securing a turret or maybe two in the bottom lane and mid lane.
Again, this is a problem that has skyrocketed now for Guam, Indonesia, carrying at least a 7K gold lead here for their team, and this is exactly what we were expecting from this Indonesia respective
Yeah, and,
moment. Guam is starting to have a lot of problems in terms of trying to get more of those objectives, and they're starting to struggle in terms of what they want to do.
Yeah, Turtle secured as well for Indonesia. A lot of objectives, a lot of kills, turrets as well. Early game dominance is real here for Indonesia. In fact, gold lead has already ballooned up to 8K, and this might just be really hard for Guam to find a winning team fight until they cut the deficit to around 5 or 4K. I think pickoffs is the way if you're Guam right now. You kind of want to get CW or Albert out of the way, but Luke has been such a menace in front of the entirety of Guam right now as we head on to a potential mid lane push here coming in from CW. Luke going in with the conceal as well, and here comes JBS, but looks like the real world manipulation is used. Bursts down to the bombardment coming in from CW, a bit too much to take if you're Guam. 3 people down for the side of Guam as Indonesia is able to clear out so much.
Oh man, I feel like if you are Guam, your lineup is starting to bite you. Oh my goodness, I cannot believe what I saw. Dude, did you just see that? I'll leave it to you again. In 8 minutes, an inhibitor is finally down, and in just 2 basic attacks, CW brings Secret down.
Oh man, no offense, but I feel like after this performance, if Guam's coaching staff, they kind of need to reset after this. Like, this is almost done and dusted if you're Indonesia. Like, almost no gold for the side of Guam, and it's 2024 and they're quarantined inside their base as Indonesia is just pummeling down again and again, and JBS trying to look for a miracle here. Real world manipulation, but Slopsy, good positioning, but Luke is just right there, a menace right in front of him. 4 people still alive here for Guam though. Kiboy tanks a little bit of damage, and another inhibitor turned down for Indonesia as they head on for a textbook finish. Might potentially get the Lord as well.
This is 9 minutes in. All inhibitors are finally down, and unfortunately for Guam, the strategy of just trying to wait until the later portions of the game is not working for them apparently, because Albert and the rest of the members of Indonesia are just speeding things up as fast as they can. 10-0 in terms of kills. 9 minutes and 33 seconds in. Indonesia really in the lead as we speak, and you can't really say anything about how well they have executed their game plan, because they've executed it to perfection. Although Guam, they're trying to find a way to at least get that late game scaling to happen, but Indonesia's really not taking a no for an answer, and they're just making sure to just assert their dominance in every single chance that they can get.
Yeah, they're keeping pace definitely with the Beatrix as well. Unfortunate solo kill there for Secret. I think she was on darkness mode out there, so couldn't really pop the light quite fast as the damage coming in from the Bennett. So overall, CW definitely having a great game so far, and with the early game snowball that Indonesia has, this this is not even close. Like if I'm being honest, it's a 15 to 14k gold lead. It's gonna take a couple of miracles for Guam to have a potential comeback from here. And again, that's MLBB is no short of miracles anyway. Like if they're able to find a good pickoff to CW, or maybe find a good pickoff to Albert, maybe potentially even steal a Lord, you never know. Like we've seen comebacks happen from 12k, but I think in the longest time that I've been watching competitive MLBB, I haven't seen a team come back from 14, 15k gold leads. So hopefully there's a first time for everything, and I could be that one insane dude that shouts that the 15k gold lead gets turned around, you know? Like, you'll never know.
Yeah, you'll never know as well. I mean, at this point in time, maybe if the Lunox all of a sudden gets like a triple kill or something like that, I know it's by a long shot, but you know, there are some cases where the Kufris, Tyrant's Rage, and Revenge combo would hit eventually, but as of the moment, that's where they're currently struggling at, as far as I can remember. That has to be their step one. It's to try and find that very first kill of theirs. They maybe if you know this game is probably done and dusted, I feel like for Team Guam, what they need to do is to find that very first kill to get their hopes up, to get the momentum boosted for their team. Just because you know they are in a little bit of a rough patch right now. They're struggling to find kills. They're struggling to keep the objective safe. But if there is anything that they can do, if it's something within their control, it's to possibly get a kill, maybe off of anyone as of this moment, just so when the second game of the series finally gets into fruition, they have something to look forward to. That if we get a kill off of this powerhouse team, maybe we can do it again and more come the second game of the series.
Sometimes it just takes one spark to ignite a big light, you know, and maybe that one spark is one kill that they could get here in the game, or maybe it comes even faster. Maybe they get one kill, it leads to 2 more, 3 more. Like, again, yes, this is a 14k gold lead. Yes, we have not seen a team turn around a 14k gold lead, but that doesn't mean that there's not a first time for everything, right? For Indonesian fans out there, maybe they're at home right now watching us talk about a 14k comeback, and they're going to be like, look at these casters capping. And when we look at Guam, they're still hoping, you know, maybe even the Guam fans are like, look at these two casters still capping.
Like, you know what, give us hope, right? If you're from Guam, you're probably, you know, telling us nah, or some of you, a few of you are like, yeah, probably that could possibly happen, but then all of a sudden you'll never know.
You know, Doctor Strange just doing this one timeline where they could potentially get that W, but you know, every W counts here. Like, I want to reel it back in, Hans. Like, every W in this format is really worth it for every team here, because you are grouped. There are 16 teams, grouped with 4 for each group. So you kind of want to get at least one. I think one thing about these types of formats is that you do not want to be the guy that doesn't win even one game. You know, you want to at least score one game for each, because at least it keeps your hopes alive for the next few matches, regardless of what happens in those next few matches.
Yeah, because again, especially in terms of what you guys want to have in the qualifiers, because again, right, if you at least make it into at least the top 4, maybe the top 3 even, you have a chance to represent your country again come next year, right? That is the reason why the Philippines and Indonesia champions of 2022 no longer needed to make it or pass the qualifiers for them to continue. They are automatically invited on the other side, right, for next year. So I feel like if you are Guam, maybe it is indeed by a long shot once again, but if there is something that you can find here, it's to have a chance to play against these top teams, to play against top competition, and you aren't usually given that kind of opportunity, right? For you to be able to go up against players like Sans, players like Kiboy, and a lot of other players out there. So if you are Guam, these are probably the teams or the players that you look up to, and you're probably in a notion like, oh my goodness, I'm actually playing with him right now, right? Maybe game one is that kind of game
Jitters.
for him, but yeah, or like it's just them trying to let it sink in that they're playing against some of the best players in the world. And then game two, I
Yeah.
feel like that is where the reset needs to happen.
Yeah, it does need to happen, and with best of threes like this, it usually that's one of the things that I don't like about best of threes. Like adjustments really have to come quick, but then again, that's way better than best of one where you can't even adjust. Like they could just
Yeah.
cheese you out, and then they're gonna get that point, and can't really come back from that. But at least for best of threes, your coaching staff, your team captain, or whoever is like the glue of the team could potentially just find that one good play or that one good strategy that could potentially get that one game. Again, every game is very, very important in this type of format. Again, you don't want to be that guy that doesn't even get
Yeah.
one win. So against Indonesia, if they're able to score at least just one, that's already a win, you know? Let's be honest, after this game number one, I'm not quite sure if this could go all the way to best of three, but you know, I had my hopes up because I honestly think Guam is one of those rising regions that could be just quite quiet, but they do have like talented players to begin with. Like, let's just see. Like the moment that we enter the game once again, because right now we are being plagued by a lot of the troubleshooting errors, but this is quite needed as well. Like if the fans are just waiting for the game to happen, we are too. It's not our fault, you know. We're just trying to ensure as well that these players have the best experience that they can, because these games are probably one of their dreams as well. We do not want to compromise that.
I agree. I agree. And to mention or to add to what you have mentioned a while ago regarding, you know, everyone being important, it's the double elimination come in a fourth here for both of the teams. So at least there's 4 teams in a specific group, and then 2 teams will be facing against each other. Currently, that's Indonesia and Guam. Together with them in Group A is none other than Egypt and the host Saudi Arabia. So they're going to be going at it as well. And then whoever wins whoever wins in a game with Egypt and Saudi Arabia is going to be facing the winner of Guam in Indonesia, and whoever loses in this series that you're currently watching right now is also going to be facing the loser of Egypt and Saudi Arabia. So as long as you don't have 2 series losses, you're probably safe and you to make it into the next round. But if you lose 2 best series, then that is where the problem would. That is where the journey goes.
That's true. And I guess as we enter the game number 1 again, we might just see Indonesia finally closing this one out, or Guam taking the first miracle of many miracles that they need to come back from a 14K gold lead.
Yeah, this is starting to be a squad that really had a lot of learnings to take, had a lot of realities to be checked here for Guam. They could probably be one of the strongest in their region, but this is one of the teams that's currently strongest in the world. Hold on.
JBS with the play, but a real remontation comes in, and an immediate 4-man sweep make that a clean out. Indonesia secures game 1.
Bro, how anticlimactic was that? That was like the fastest clash I've ever seen in my life.
Probably,
If I'm gonna be specific, because again, if I'm gonna be honest with you, I think I had like a smirk in me just because of how crazy that last play was. You got at least a glimmer of hope from the side of Guam, because there finally was like a 3-man Tyrant's Rage, the only Tyrant's Rage Revenge combo. But Hiboy was on the backside, and in addition, there were also a lot of other players. Basically, CW and Albert was just going bonkers on Guam, and that's how they did game number 1.
And the combo as well from the Beatrix and the Eve. I feel like even if the Kufra was able to enter the fray, or maybe even get like 3 people like in that last team fight, just
Yeah.
because you have access to real world manipulation in the Bennett's Rage, there isn't a lot of follow up coming up after that R&R combo coming in from the Kufra, right? The moment the Kufra is able to take like 3 people, it's gonna take like half a second or so before you're able to enter, mainly because the damage coming in from Albert, apart from that, like CW and Sans is just able to control so much area that even if you're able to get 3 people, the Suyu cannot enter, there's no darkness available, you kind of have to go light first. The only person that could actually deal damage in that entire fight was Kai. Like, he was able to deal a bit of basic attacks in that entire team fight, but overall you can't really go 1v5 the moment the entire team gets wiped out just because of the sheer damage that Indonesia has in that team fight.
Yeah, I mean it's practically crazy that in almost 10 minutes of gameplay, Kai only has 3 items, or not even 2 full items, and you'd usually expect for him to actually have something already for the 3rd item, but unfortunately that hasn't been allowed by the side of Indonesia, given that most of them really had their damage dealers very much prepared for what is about to store. You have 4 items already for Albert, you already have 4, and on the way to 5 here for CW. So that's practically the reason why the damage output really is there, and it's also the reason why Guam's damage output isn't there, right? Because you have at least 2 heroes in JBS and also Zukato Zen that could potentially go very well in terms of initiations and what you want to do, but the only problem is you can't really find anything. You can't find, or you may be able to find something in terms of initiation, but as long as the damage isn't there, setups for nothing.
Yeah, and moving forward in this best of 3 series, it's going to be tough for Guam to go in and potentially take this to game number 3, but for Indonesia, I feel like the confidence they gain coming in from this game number 1, they kind of have to forget that immediately. You do not want to underestimate your opponents, even if it is a 14k gold lead. You just want to repeat that performance and move on. Like, this is a long night. This is a long day for others watching in the world. You might want to just quicken all of the games, honestly, if you're playing in this tournament, because this is a very long format in one day. You will be playing around several other teams as well.
Yeah, you're going to be playing against a lot of teams, to be specific.
Yeah.
In terms of what you want to do, this is probably going to be like the first and the last time we're going to be seeing Guam and Indonesia today. Because again, if you take a look at the schedule, right, it's Group B, match 2, best of 3. That's Malaysia going up against the USA in the second series, and whoever wins there is going to be facing their next counterpart for that second matchup to formally know who among the 4 teams of Group B is going to be the first to make it into that playoff spot. Because man, I'm telling you, it's really tight competition here in IESF. It's only going to happen for like 4 or 5 days, so you really need to give it your all. You've practiced for months practically, and you don't want it to go to waste. So for Guam, just show off what you've prepared for us. I know it's Indonesia, I know it's tall order, but you're not here for no reason, right? What you can do. You're the best in your specific region, and it's just day 1. There's a lot of chances that you could go for.
Yeah, and the best part about the quick days like this, like, you could potentially go from being rock bottom to one of the best teams in the league, so like in a couple of days. Like, that's where learning goes, and that's where habits are built as well. Like, the moment that you have a more secured or a more confident flow inside the game, especially if you're up against like a team like Indonesia, that's when we could say that Guam has finally matured into that team that could potentially take it all the way to the playoffs. And not all hope is lost, because this is going to be their first match. Same to be said here for Indonesia. They still have to play up against other teams inside their own groups just to know who's going to be the top 2 inside the 4-team 4 bracket setup that we
Yep.
have. The moment that we got that 8 teams, that's when we could say that those are the best 8 teams out of 16 already.
Yeah, there's a lot of ways that that can actually go because practically, if you are Guam, if you really do think that Indonesia could probably be a very tall order, what you can do as of this moment is to try and prepare as well for either Egypt or Saudi Arabia by doing your best in this game, right? Again,
Yeah.
it's just from what we've seen with how Indonesia has played against rising teams, rising regions and countries. They really have dominated so far in a lot of the tournaments of IESF, and a lot of these teams are really looking forward to learn more about strong teams like Malaysia, Philippines, and even Indonesia, right? So I feel like this really is an opportunity for them to get more of those insights because, again, the meta changes ever so differently in at least every month or a couple of months. So at this point in time, your learnings as of this moment may be okay, maybe up to speed, but then like a month later or like 2 months from now, it's gonna be another different thing, and you're gonna have to find a way to learn about that even more.
Yeah, and the application is also one of the story as well. Like the moment that you learn something, you kind of have to know how to execute that as well. I do think in terms of the hero picks from Guam, we are seeing that they are up to speed with a lot of the meta picks out there. We do see the Khalid in the XP lane, the Suyu first pick. We see that in major MLBB regions as well. And maybe they just weren't prepared with the pacing that Indonesia does, Like Indonesia loves to play around the fights, especially early on. Loves to poke around the mid lane again and again until they could go potentially all in. The pressure every a few seconds here and there definitely is the play style of Indonesia right now. They love dealing damage, and the moment that they've dealt enough damage, they could go all in. So if you're Guam, you want to protect your lanes. If you're gonna play defensively, might as well get safer picks out there, or maybe picks that could rotate easily. So before they're able to poke damage in your lanes, you could be gone already and looking for the next play.
Yeah, in terms of what we've seen from the list that was submitted by this team, right? It's Guam has two different junglers, or like they can like go to different roles whenever they want to, and as much as that is like okay, right? In terms of possibly ranked games or possibly like a 5-man setup where there's no designated position. I feel like they're gonna have to stick to their role at least in this game. But who knows, right? Because as I was saying a while ago, while I was looking at the possible list of players here for Guam, yeah, not all of them are practically designated for one position alone, one role alone, right? It's either I'm currently XP right now, but for the next game I can play jungle, and in this specific scenario, that may work for them. But going up against Indonesia, you're really gonna have to polish on which role that you would want to do and which role you want to focus on, because you're going up against some of the best players who knows how to play their role smoothly and effectively.
Not just smoothly, but probably one of the best in the world. We're still looking at very big entities here inside the Indonesian squad. As you said, one of the more popular players and one of the more successful ones. And yes, there is not as much as World Championships compared to the Philippines, but still Indonesia at their own right is one of those teams that that would dominate inside the IESF. And in fact, for the past few IESFs, they've already won once, and they're looking to secure another title once again. And for a big MLBB region like Indonesia, this is one of those tournaments that could potentially just rile up the crowd once again, just to prove to everyone, all of their supporters inside Indonesia that, hey, we're still a big team here, and even if we don't have imports in this lineup, we could win a championship. In fact, a world-class level championship in IESF.
Yeah, in terms of like the other tournaments, right? We've seen Indonesia starting to have different levels of talent as well. We start seeing new stars that will be representing the country in a different esports international championship. But as of this moment, these are what you would probably call the veterans of the country, the veterans of the region, because again, they have already been tried and tested. They know how to win championships. They know how to win practically in terms of like the international exposure as well, because you get to see them during the mid-season probably 2 years ago. You know what they can do as a team, and just like what I said, this is a team that has played for years already. They could play for centuries if they want to, but at the same time, it's them. Just like what you were saying, how long can they keep this up? How long can they perform at an optimum performance? Because again, this is a scenario that you would say that Indonesia is most likely to expected by a lot of people to make it out of Group A as the very first seed. So it's going to be up to them to deliver on that promise as well.
Yeah, and delivering on that promise is just step one, just taking that top seed for Group A, then moving forward to the playoffs, not maybe potentially even securing an upper bracket finish in the grand finals. That's something that's very possible for Indonesia, but I would say that without challenge, because we are looking at other teams coming in from Malaysia, coming in from Philippines,
Yeah.
that we do know, historically speaking, has been the victors for the more recent World Championships. So it's gonna be really hard for Indonesia after this group stage. But right now in group stage, they could chill out for a bit, But looking at what happened in game number one, I feel like chilling out is not in their dictionary right now. They literally ended that in less than 12 minutes with a 14k goal lead. They just showed everyone that they're not here to play around. They're here to dominate if they can.
Yeah, I think I remember correctly. That is practically what Albert said in an interview, right? I don't know if you saw it, but there was like
Tell me about it.
there was like a certain post on social media where Albert was asked how confident they were in terms of winning the championship for Indonesia, and he said, "We didn't come here to compete. We came here to dominate." And to think that for Albert, who hasn't played in a very long time in competitive gameplay, because to other people, like a month or maybe 2 months would be a very short time in terms of not playing. If you're practically playing basketball, maybe you can go ahead and get things recovered pretty quickly. But if you're playing MLBB, all of a sudden, right, you're kind of like left behind if you don't play for like a month at least. So at this point different. In time, right, the game is completely different. So as for Albert, going back to what you were saying a while ago, him being sixth man doesn't mean that he's complacent. He knows on what or where his team needs him. And as of the moment, this is where not only his team, but also his country needs him the most. Just like what you're seeing as of the moment, this is game number 2. They're currently about to switch sides right now, and Indonesia is on that red side, looking for a sweep against GUAM, who's looking for a reverse sweep.
Yeah, ready to serve. That's Albert. After that entire split or that entire season where he played on and off, I would say that Albert is definitely ready to go after that game number 1. But as we look at the bans coming in from Indonesia, Mia, a rising pick as well in the gold lane. We have seen a lot of Mia so far, and the Alice as well. But this Alice is mostly one of those picks that we do know that is more of a special pick out there. But with the Saber ban, looks like Indonesia, I don't want to say the word, but they're playing around a bit here against GUAM.
Yeah, honestly, you don't usually see these sets of bans here from Indonesia, but look at this. Look at this. It is a Natalia being picked up, and my goodness, is that a Leslie? Is that a Leslie? Are they serious? Oh,
let's can we actually check? Is this going to be the real draft, or is this? I feel like this is a check thing, my guy. I don't think this is
is
serious
it?
at all. Like,
Is it
no way we're looking at. Can we get a confirmation though? Like,
right? There
because
is
right
no
now,
way. Okay, there we go. There we
that's our
go.
confirmation.
There-
That's our confirmation. No way that draft was real. No way.
I was not ready for that, bro. I was not
See
ready
long.
for that.
Yeah, let's go.
Oh my goodness.
Oh,
I was
man.
not ready for that.
Leslie
I,
first.
I
pick.
thought it was gonna happen, man.
Well, after the
Thought it was
saber
gonna
ban,
happen.
I was like, I think it was sus. Like after the saber ban, it was already sus. You know, the jawhead ban also made sense, but after the jawhead ban, after the saber ban, my head was like, all right, if they do other stuff here, then this is not a real draft. And maybe the Leslie was already something like a big clue already.
Yeah.
But you know, we're gonna restart the
Yeah.
draft, no biggie. Eventually we will see the real draft. Hopefully though, we do see something different, you know. Like I feel like after watching so much competitive MLBB, Hans, I'm begging for something different already. Like
Yeah.
show me
I agree.
Saber Rome, show me Alice Jungle once again. Oh, Lucian mid, bro.
You're gonna have to show us something at least. I mean, they are showing us something, but all I'm asking is for them to show us something a little different. Because for the longest time, yeah, it's been a while since I've seen that Zilong, and then you see the Saber as well. So at some point in time, I'm wondering in terms of what a possible meta change is gonna look like for both of these teams. Are gonna because again, if there is a time for them to use something that's completely out of the ordinary, I feel like this is the game for them to do so. So I was
And,
honestly looking forward to it actually happening, but yeah, it hasn't happened, unfortunately.
Yeah, I'm looking forward as well because I feel like one of the more memorable games for me that came from a very weird pick as well was back in the M series, M3 to be particular, that I think it was like Team Philippines, Blacklist International came up against Team USA or Team NA. That was BTK back then, and they were able to pick the Saber in the jungle against the Ube lineup or the Estes powered lineup back then. And when we say the Ube lineup, like back in M3, that was the meta. You know, that was the one that redefined what it means to be in the tank jungle sustain type meta. And for BTK to be able to get that Saber and take down the engine that is the Estes inside that entire lineup was definitely a smart approach, you know. But right now, with all of the assassins floating around, the Estes did take a step back, but the Saber with the band that we did see earlier in our mock draft
Yeah.
phase or
Yeah,
the
mock
check
draft.
thing, I'm honestly quite interested if they could pull it off, because we do see a lot of Saber roams in ranked games, but hopefully not too much, because still you would want to have a bit more vision or the power to just check pushes as well if you're inside the roam role.
Yeah, I'm curious now as to what GUAM is going to use. Because, again, we've seen them use at least heroes that are practically, meta. And
Yeah.
GUAM is a rising region. GUAM is a region that probably needs a little bit more experience for them to do something that's, pretty standard as to what other teams, what other countries have been doing. So I feel like if you are GUAM, you're gonna have to shine in your own way. And I feel like a way for them to do that is to just unleash heroes that they would use in ranked games. Do a lot of things that Indonesia probably hasn't seen before. Cause
Yeah.
you're a new country, right? You're a new country here in IESF. And I feel like in this scenario, Indonesia has seen a lot of different flavors of the same MLBB composition, and for you to be able to add to that might be something that would work against them. I'm not sure if it will work. I'm emphasizing on the word might here, man. Might.
Yeah. And hopefully it does work out, because for Guam, if you're able to take a game off of Indonesia or maybe show them a cheese pick or so, this might be an Indonesian team that's not very prepared for cheese picks. We're looking at Indonesian teams. They're one of those teams that are really inside or place around the meta. They did pick up the Eve, the Joy as well. In fact, they were able to play the Hilda in the XP lane, one of the more recent pop-ups in the more recent leagues as well that we've watched all around the globe. And hopefully we do see the draft for Game 2 pretty much soon, because I'm already excited. I think this is already enough time for the teams to decide which strategies to come out with, which heroes to prioritize or even ban. Because against Indonesia, there's a lot of thinking involved. If you're Guam, you kinda don't have a choice. You have one player that could just go all out. Like, you could ban out Albert all you want, or maybe take out picks for CW, but then again, that opens up a lot of stuff for Kiboy or Sans. Like, if I were to choose, if let's say that I'm part of Team Guam here, I would take out heroes for Sans. Like, I feel like Sans is one of the engines that make Team Indonesia work. Like, if you take out comfort picks coming in from Sans, yes, he's gonna bring out potentially the Gushun or whatever, but at least that's not an Eve, At least that's not something that he's very comfortable with, and they have to adapt to that playstyle. And that's one approach that they could have. But then again, for Guam, whatever approach they choose, they gotta execute. They gotta play better MLBB. At the end of the day, who plays MLBB better is up to the players. The coaches and the management could only prepare them to play at their best. They cannot remote control or puppet them during the gameplay itself.
Yeah, you can only do so much as a coach, right? In terms of reviews, you know what to do, you know how to impart knowledge and possible rotation pieces to your players. But again, as of the moment, you can only do so much. And for Guam, it's up to them to be able to step up on, or how will they be able to step up in turning at least the rest of the members to make sure that they can compete and to go at it once again. But as of the moment, the call is for us to go on a short break for us to configure the situation on how we can make the experience for the players better. So again, moving forward, we will be right back once again. We will be right here, and we'll be back here at IESF World Esports Championship 2024. Welcome back here to the IESF Esports or World Esports Championship 2024. It's held in Riyadh, but you're currently watching the English broadcast. My name is Hans Gloria, and together with me is Womi. We are your shoutcasters slash English yappers for this evening or afternoon or morning. I don't know where you guys are, but you're currently watching this. And I'm sure that you guys are probably excited with what's about to happen. And in case you missed it, it's Indonesia currently at match point right now going up against Guam. And Guam, one of the rising countries of MLBB, is going to have to find their way to go up against this Indonesian powerhouse, man. They have to. Oh, I feel like I can't hear you as of the moment. Just, go ahead. All right, I'll take it. Go take your time.
Yeah, all good,
right.
Hans. Thank
you know what?
for telling me. It happens. Like a throwback in, I think during the pandemic era of esports, a lot of accidents like this one. But yeah, you're right. It's a long journey for Guam here if they want to come back in this series. A 14K gold lead in game number 1 is no joke. It's one of those things that for some could mentally break them, but I feel like for Guam's international team, it's a lesson, 14K gold lead, sure, it ended early, but it's time to give it back to them, take a punch, give a punch, and hopefully we see a game 3.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I know that a lot of people from Guam are probably looking forward to this one. Womi included, he's not from Guam, ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you that. But I think I also want to see Guam at least give Indonesia a run for their money. Like I want to see them at least compete in something that they're completely familiar about. Maybe we've seen a lot of heroes like the Suyu being picked, which is something that is a complete standard from the meta that we've had, unfortunately, like a month ago. Right, so at this point in time, Guam has the right pieces, but I feel like it's the meta right now is ahead of its time already compared to what they have tried and studied over and over. Because again, just like what we were saying a while ago, the meta of MLBB easily changes ever so depending on the patch updates, right? Because that is where the adjustments are going to happen, and I feel like if they don't adjust accordingly to what is that they're gonna see right now, then it's gonna be a problem. It's gonna be an easy sweep for Indonesia if they don't adjust accordingly.
Yeah, and these adjustments have to come in fast because Game 2 is upcoming, and they do need to secure those big picks or maybe even cheese picks if they want to go to that route, because it is an option, When you're the underdog inside a best-of-3 series such as this one, if you're Guam, you should have at least one pocket strategy that you're really willing to test against Indonesia, because sometimes that one cheese pick could be all of the difference that they need. The moment that, let's say, this is a potential timeline here that Guam gets game 1, we extend the series to game 3, and game 3 is able to go to Indonesia takes the series, sure, but at least Guam secures a game against Indonesia. And now moving forward with Group A, if Indonesia is able to sweep everyone inside the group, who else will go to the second spot of Group A? Of course it's going to be Guam if they're able to win their other games as well, because as we said, like, this is a recurring topic that we've been talking about for the past 10 minutes or so. Every win is important in this type of format, because the moment you lose 0-2 and you do that again against another team, you just spelled your own doom. That's definitely a ticket out of this tournament.
Yeah, I feel like this time around, if it's a recurring topic, just like what you're saying, we're gonna have another recurring situation here, because we're gonna be going to another break, guys. So again, hold on to your seats, get a lot of your snacks, dinner, lunch, whatever it is possible, because we're gonna be staying here until all of the games are happened. We're gonna be back for some IESF World Esports Championship. And yet, we are back for another edition of the IESF World Esports Championship 2024 in Riyadh. My name is Hans Gallery, and together with me is Womi. And you're right, guys. It's not a joke. It's not a dream. I know it's probably nighttime for most of the countries that are watching right now, but this is not a dream. You're currently watching the draft pick for both of these teams. We're going pretty quickly with Indonesia on the red side and Guam on the blue side. Womi, kick us up to speed with this one, please.
Pretty much, this is standard drafting. No longer are we seeing the ones from the Czech ping one. It's because the Hilda already locked in for the side of Guam. They did realize how big that Hilda pick was coming in from Luke in game number 1. So stealing that away definitely is a big step towards their next potential game here, potential win. But taking the Alpha as well, paired up against against a Suyu, is definitely a step towards the right direction. So with the bans going to the second phase as well, taking away the Khalid and the Cho, these are just mainly things that you do not want to go up against. Like if you're Lu Yi, you don't want a Khalid that could just follow you around and even stun up the entirety of the diversion play. And when you're looking at a Alpha or even at Harith, you don't want a Cho in that. Because the moment the Cho kicks one of you, might just be half of your damage gone inside an entire team fight.
Yeah, and I feel like now, in this specific moment, you have the Lu Yi on the side of Indonesia. It's still Guam missing some sort of a mid laner, which is the reason why the pick or the ban towards the Vexana is good. I feel like the Aurora could pose a good problem here for Indonesia if they want to, because again, that is a really good hero for counter attacks, and Gatot Kacha, both the Gatot Kacha and the Soyu are really good heroes in terms of initiation. So maybe Guam could put a stop to that, but it depends on what their final pick for the mid laner is going to be like, because they still are yet to ban as well. And on the other side, that's a gold laner missing. So have it maybe in terms of this specific scenario, again, they could go for something now.
Yeah, and with the mid lane options dumbed down to a potential Aurora out here, the Valentina is still open, but right now there aren't a lot of stuff that you want to take away if you're a Valentina. The Zask definitely could be an option too, but right now Zask hasn't really found himself like I think several months ago, mainly because of the nerfs that came in towards the last 2 patches, and that wasn't really healthy for Zask, but still a viable option if ever they do want to melt the tanks coming in from the side of Indonesia, because they are running possible Akai roam here if you're Kiboy. But wow, it's very interesting to see this Akai paired up with Lu Yi. Most of the time, you don't see this unless they're very comfortable layering their ultimates together.
I mean, right after that game 1, right? Being comfortable may be an understatement in that very first game of theirs for their series. They want to develop that confidence once again, depending on how this is going to go. But here it goes. Guam looking for another sort of setup that they would want to do here. This time, it would arrive with a Rafaela and the Sicilian combo, something that we've seen, which is the Sicilian, but the Rafaela is going to be here, but the Brokey is going to be the addition. Womi, this is probably the some of the new things that you would see here in this current series.
Yeah. Well, definitely something new for both sides, but I want to focus on Guam a bit here. You have the Sicilian, the Rafaela. This is a clear message to Indonesia right now. They're not going to play towards their pace. They're going to try to extend the game. They're going to try to rotate as fast as they can and maybe clear some waves and potentially bring this to late game. But if they're able to survive the early onslaught of Indonesia, there is a big chance that this Sicilian could just scale up, because right now the Sicilian is a sleeper pick. One of the, I would say, mages that could potentially strike up in the meta stages, but right now not so much, mainly because we have a lot of early game assassins. But give it a bit of time, the Sicilian could deal a lot of damage in this game number 2. But if you're Indonesia, they do have early game advantage. The only early game damage source coming in from Guam would be the Alpha or level 4, or maybe even the Hilda by level 4. But other than those 2 picks, they don't have as much as damage that Indonesia has.
Yeah, at this point, if you are Guam, you're gonna have to find a way to at least cater to the absolute aggression that Indonesia has been showing ever since the first game. And we've seen that especially with at least 14-0 or 15-0 game number 1. So hopefully if you are Guam, you found at least a way to get a couple of kills before it even starts. And if you don't get kills, you cannot get killed in this very first 5 minutes of the game if you want this to go to the later portions, just like their composition in the very first one.
Yeah, and in terms of early game damage, you could already see it in Indonesia. You have the Brody, you have the Suyu, and you even have the Lu Yi is known to just pick up the pace the moment the diversion is there. But look at this potential combo coming in from Sans, but doesn't really pull the trigger. And now you can see Albert just going inside the jungle of Guam, and this is where it starts. This is where the early game pressure starts for Indonesia.
Just look at how comfortable Indonesia is. They don't give a care in the world on whether or not they're seen by the rest of the members of Guam. They just want to go ahead, unleash hell towards them, and here it goes again.
Another camp stolen from Guam in Indonesia. They're pushing their advantage inside the jungle of Guam, and this is not good if you're Slopsy. You want to be able to at least be between levels 1 or 2 against Albert here, because the moment you give the Suyu a 2-level advantage or a 3-level advantage, that's where you surrender these turtles, these lords quite fast, because the retribution damage coming in from the Suyu is just definitely insane. And right now we could see that they're going in for the trade inside the jungle of Indonesia, as the turtle is freely given away to Indonesia.
Yeah, at this point in time, they're really gonna have to find a way, because again, these are some certain objectives that aren't really going to the side of Guam as of the moment. Indonesia freely getting those objectives as much and whenever they want to. So this is starting to be a problem, similar to game number 1, where Indonesia is getting free reign, and not only that, even Albert is getting a lot of those as well, getting those objectives simply while not even getting anything in return.
And look at this, Sans and Luke just going at it. Zukata Zen pops the Revitalize, tries to survive for a bit more, and Luke might just bite more than he could chew. That's going to be a 1-for-1 trade, but looks like the Alpha will be able to take 1 kill. Slopsy goes down as well, and JBS, they gotta escape. The heals are there, but it's a 2-for-1 exchange in favor of Indonesia.
You know what, Womi? If you're Guam, it's the first point on the board for you. You finally got a kill. You finally got at least something out of that fight. So this is something that they could definitely build up on in the middle portions of the matchup. And not only that, right? You gave Secret an assist to at least get that gold up, and hopefully they could do something about it. But again, they need to find an answer towards Kiboy, who has both of the kills of Indonesia, and he's someone that Guam is starting to struggle to take down, given that the lack of damage that they have with Secret not having enough damage output.
Look at this, Slopsy taken down to half HP. Kiboy has to dash out, and this is what Guam is doing right now. They're trying to protect the jungle, but looks like in the bottom lane, a 2v1 setup. The Brody ultimate doesn't really get 1, but that's 2 from Secret. Sanguine Claws lands, and Kiboy in the 0 bush here. JBS low on mana, but here comes the taunt and the combo. Kai goes down, and Kiboy with a Revitalize just keeps everyone alive. Secret in a 5v1 setup burns the flicker as well, and there you go. 3 people down for Guam and Indonesia once again, going for that winning team fight. And in a 5v1 setup, Zukata Zen gives himself away as well. That was uncalled for. I feel like that was a bit too much already.
Yeah, Zukata Zen just found himself in the mercy of, Indonesia being surrounded by his opponents there. I mean, he had the right intention. He wanted to go for at least Albert, given the HP already was low, but Slopsy is gonna go down this time around. My goodness, just because of one team fight alone, India has completely even extended or widened the gap of this game so
Yeah.
far. Turtle going basically to their side, and they know what they're supposed to do. Yes, Guam would have one kill at least, but Indonesia's looking forward to stop them with just one.
Yeah, the flicker burnt as well for Luke. They were really wanting that kill against Slopsy. They want to keep the pace, they want to continue the aggression, and they don't mind burning a couple of flickers if that means that they could make this diversion play inside the blue buff bush, or the purple buff rather. Slopsy, here comes another round, a two-man stun, and looks like Kai will be still surviving with the dashes, and the dive might just go bad here for Indonesia. Luke goes down, and Secret is able to stay alive. A 2-for-1 exchange once again in Indonesia. They come out as the victors, but then again, those are a couple of shutdown kills that Guam really wants.
Basic MLBB fundamentals here. You see the concept of trading here from Indonesia. Yes, it was Luke going down, and that's already the second death of Luke, who by the way is using a KMB XP lane, but he has utilized a lot of those heavy spins to the benefit of Indonesia, and they have managed to get a lot of those HP bars going down, which has developed them to getting at least a 7k gold lead that you currently see on your screens. 9-2 in terms of kills as well. So, Guam is starting to take their time as to how they would be able to at least or hopefully extend the lead, but Indonesia picking up the pace by getting most of those objectives possible. And not only that, even playing very aggressive by taking their lives even under the turret if they want to.
And the flickers are up once again for the playmakers in Indonesia. Luke and Kiboy has that flicker. They could potentially pull the trigger here, but they are safely taking down the turret instead. Turtle will be spawning in 5 seconds, and that will be the last turtle of the game. And potentially Indonesia doesn't even care for it. They want a fight in the mid lane. Here comes the heavy spin. They do find Slopsy, but looks like the angles are a bit off, and the retributions are called. It's just going to be a turret for Indonesia.
Yeah, at this point in time, they are somewhat going to be safe. That's a turret going down, just like what you mentioned. And not only that,
no.
They were looking for something here. I mean, Guam brought a turret down. That's something that they could hope for very well. But Indonesia has had Kai in his tracks. He wanted to stop him as soon as he can, and they were able to. But Guam still gets something. And if you take a look at the composition in the late game, you have a Sicilian, you also have a Harith. I feel like they're good to go for like the wave clear, but all they need to do is the damage. And Indonesia is doing their very best to make sure that that doesn't happen, so they won't have a hard time in terms of the late game.
Yeah, and wave clear is the game here for Guam. Their main wave clearers, such as Kai and Secret, cannot die, cannot be sacrificed in the long run. You need to farm these waves because they cannot go outside of their pace right now. The Lord is already up. I think Indonesia opted to wait for the Lord instead. They did not get the third turtle. They waited for it to mature into a Lord and got that big objective instead. And now Zuka to Zen, a half HP already, and you could see that the power spike coming in from this Brody is already felt, while Secret still has to farm for quite a bit.
Yeah, you see the damage output that both Kai and Secret are landing towards Luke. It has been completely ineffective, which is why, Zukato Sen wants to go at it, but to no avail. Oh my goodness.
There you go. The torn apart memory cannot dodge that at all. And another kill goes to the hands of Indonesia. Slopsy goes down. Now it's a 3v5 scenario with the Lord marching down in the mid lane. This might just be Indonesia's GG push 9 minutes in. 10 seconds for Zukato Zen. Slopsy 10 seconds as well. And they're already pushing without the minions even crashing in. Here comes Albert. JBS goes down. Heavy spin. A Secret able to flicker out and goes in with the Bat's impact as well. Kai burning the Zaman Force. And here comes the Lord. Avatar of the Guardian lands on one, and Slopsy able to survive immediately. Luke goes down, and Zukato Zen as well. The Lord able to shred down a bit of the base, but looks like Guam is defending for quite a bit.
Yeah, they're trying to find a way to still keep this in play. Minion waves both at the middle, top, and bottom. But that might be taken care of by the side of Guam. They will be able to survive unless they do something a little risky here. So Indonesia not going to pull their strings together on offense, and Guam is going to be able to keep it together. And this is the scenario that we've seen from a while ago, where they've lasted for at least 10 minutes. They're looking forward to extend it to even more of that. But Albert in Indonesia already with yet again another 14,000 gold lead, less than or a bit more than a minute to go for that Lord to spawn, and they're going to have to find a way again. Look at this.
Oh, and that is the way that they have found. Secret goes down, and here comes the heavy spin on the 2. JBS and 5, they're out as well. That's 2 people down for Guam. Make that a wipeout, and Indonesia goes in for the clean sweep. Just like that, with the diversion play, the series ends.
Oh, that was unfortunate, man. They had Guam's hopes up. Like, for the first time in this series, they were able to defend the Lord. They were actually in a pace to be able to do something in the later portions of the game, maybe 15 minutes in, where the Sicilian would scale, where Harith would get all of its items, and then all of a sudden, Sans just said, you know what, guys, we know where they are. Let's just go ahead and use diversion so that we can take them down and finish this game. I mean, just like what Wami just mentioned, it's going to be a long day, so let's make this one quick. Right? And that is it.
And,
it's a sweep for Indonesia.
And I think the worst part for Guam here is that Sans might have pulled. And again, we haven't seen the diversion. We just saw it from the minimap. This might be that one angle where you can't even see the diversion. Like, there's like, you could put it right across the map, and you'll just spawn inside their base. I feel like that's what Indonesia has done in that final play, because I think Guam was really caught off guard. They didn't expect the entire team to pop up at all. And out of all the people that could have died immediately in that fight, it was Secret who fell down in that first few seconds. And that's very unfortunate if you're the side of Guam, mainly because you're looking to the Sicilian to carry you towards the late game. And for you to die in the first second of that fight, it's just crushing for Guam.
Yeah, it has to be, you know, a gut wrenching if you're Guam, because again, just like what they said a while ago, you had most of the tools to be able to defend yourselves against possible waves, super minions to be specific. The Secret is starting to get at least those 2 items, even GUAM as well, but that is quite unfortunate, because when you take a look at it, both Secret and Kai are only at 5.2, 5.6k gold lead, but when you take a look at the other side, CW is already 4,000 gold lead above, and then you also have Albert, who's at least 5,000 gold lead ahead. So at this point in time, you know, Indonesia, they're somewhat delaying it, but they're letting Guam delay the inevitable. They can't really do anything about it as of the moment.
Yeah, and for Guam in this entire series, they have been thoroughly crushed by Indonesia, but their hopes aren't over yet. Like, we do see a couple of more teams that they could fight against in Group A. So after this Indonesia game, I feel like they could go to the tapes, watch what happened in this entire best of 3, and potentially build from that there. And once you're rock bottom, there's no way but up.
Yeah, as of the moment, unfortunately, Guam is currently gonna go to the lower bracket to face whoever is gonna be the loser between Egypt and Saudi Arabia, the hosts of IESF 2024. Meanwhile, Indonesia is gonna be going up against the winner of that respective series as well, and whoever wins in that one will be the very first seed of Group A. This is how the first series is going to be put to an end, Womi. I assume that, you know, sadly you didn't get the game 3 that you wanted, but for me, I feel like Indonesia, deep down in our hearts, we know that Indonesia really is one of the powerhouses of the IESF 2024, and they know what they can do to be able to get themselves all the way into the grand finals.
And we're still holding up Albert for his coat. He came in, or they came in IESF not to win, but to dominate. And I'm looking up for that interview. When did you say that, Hans? I just kind of want to remember as well, because you were the one who brought it up earlier.
All right, you know what? I'm gonna try to look for it right now, so I can show it to you. Well, it was just like a post. I don't think it was
Oh,
more or less an interview, but at the same time he really did say it. So I'm looking for it right now. I don't know where I saw it because again,
still though.
I'm not sure if it's like in the main page, but yes, still he did say, he was quoted that he was willing to dominate, and so far he's doing his end of the bargain. They really are
That's
dominating
true.
to go up against Guam in this first series. Yeah, an incredible
And after
performance
this
ahead.
entire series, man, I'm just excited because we still have two best of threes to watch out for, and that's already one down. The 2-0. What's next?
I mean, what's next is Malaysia going up against the United States of America when we come right back here at the IESF World Esports Championship 2024. Well, would you finally believe it? We are back still here at the IESF World Esports Championship 2024. It's currently held at Riyadh, but we're going to be your casters for the English stream. Hans Galleria and Omi together with you guys to give you, hopefully, the second series of tonight/today, wherever you may be from. Because if you are from Malaysia, most of y'all are probably trying to stay awake. But if you're from the USA, you're probably wide awake and enthusiastic about what's about to happen, because these are two powerhouses, or should I say, two different servers in a familiar territory, if I should say that.
Cat's out of the bag already. Let's say what the community says. They are saying that it's going to be the battle between Easy Server versus Drama Server. So there's going to be a really funny joke out there. But looking at these two teams, their preparation for this tournament is no joke at all. We have seen a lot of improvement coming in from USA, especially with their last professional split ending in a spectacular 7-game series. And for Malaysia, we're talking about the current international champions, one of the more, I would say, one of the more recent and canon MLBB tournaments out there. Malaysia was the one on top, but this is somewhat of a different lineup with, I think, Gojis and another player coming in to fulfill a full Malaysian squad.
Yeah, I agree. But even so, right? Malaysia has at least maintained the core of what has been the champion team. Yes, it is less of the imports from the Philippines, but again, this is now a full-on Malaysian squad that has continuously performed every now and then. And I feel like this Malaysian team is going to be spearheaded by Stormy, one of the best mid laners, or the best mid laner in Malaysia, in my opinion, and one of the best mid laners in the world as well. I feel like this is something that you could really represent. But going up against them, first off, it's going to be the roster of the United States of America. You currently see them right now. That's Best Player 1, Fried Chicken, Poon, T, and Shark. Looking sharp with those outfits.
Yeah, loving the jersey out here for Team USA. You could really feel that this jersey embodies their identity as the USA team for this IESF. And gotta say, a lot of these players, in fact, almost all of them, have been in the M series and has been competing and racing the banner of Northern American MLBB for the longest time. And up against them will be probably the giant right now inside our tournament. It's gonna be Malaysia with, once again, fire jerseys.
Yeah, man, I'm not surprised with it as well. If it's Malaysia, it's always gonna have like a tiger claw, like smashed all throughout the jersey. But you have Sekai's, Loyal, Yums, Gojes, and Stormy. So from what we're currently seeing here, I don't know only if you're watching Demon Slayer or some stuff like that, but Stormy's like having the same hairstyle as one of like the main characters as well. So I feel like he's really just, in style. And in addition, you also have Loyal, the gold laner of JP Niners, but is also a really staple name in Malaysian MLBB as of the moment. So going up and him being combined with the rest of the Malaysian champions here, it's not going to be any surprise whatsoever as to what they can deliver here.
Yep, and definitely if Malaysia versus USA, for that match, this could potentially go to 3 games. But if there is rather a team that we're expecting to actually pull an upset, it would be USA. For the longest time in international MLBB history, USA has been one of those teams that we would call a dark horse that could potentially just get that win against big teams such as Malaysia this time around. And when we're talking about big teams, Malaysia definitely up there. And as I said earlier, the current world champions for one of the more canon events in our MLBB timeline. And this, I feel like, would be a test for the Malaysian squad itself, because again, that roster that won the most recent world title was with Filipino imports in them. So this time around, a full Malaysian squad, this is what we call real Malaysian MLBB. Like, this is going to be a showing against USA that this is Malaysian MLBB.
Yeah, and I feel like for Malaysia, this is a team that's really hungry, not only for another international tournament championship, but for their very first IESF World Championship. Because again, if we remember correctly, it has always been the Philippines, Indonesia, and Malaysia that have always participated all over the past 2 years of it being, in Bali, if I remember correctly, and now you also have it here you also have it in where was it, in Romania. Yeah, so there's Indonesia and then there's Romania. Now you have it in Saudi Arabia. The only problem is they were one of the 3 participants who have always competed in IESF, and they're the only nation, they're the only country that doesn't have a championship under their belt while being a participant for those 3 years as of the moment. So I feel like they're looking forward to changing that this year. And with this lineup, I mean, anything is possible. You call them champions for a reason, and I feel like they could also deliver that right now if they deliver one heck of a performance.
Definitely. And for Team Malaysia, especially in this IESF, with the Filipino imports gone in the... Right now, this is the Selangor Red Giants that we're looking at, but with 2 other players right in the spots of Innocent and Cram. So I feel like when we assess this, let's look back at their most recent run in their local professional league. They did lose in that upper bracket match against Todak, which means that they do have that tendency to feel a bit less heat, I would say, during the start of the tournament. Right. And this is day 1 of IESF, and if USA would pull an upset, I feel like this is going to be the time to do so, considering that Malaysia hasn't gotten their feet wet already or even warmed up yet. So moving forward, this best of 3, I really do expect the USA could potentially take this to our first game 3 on broadcast. The first one ended quite quickly. If we look back into the Indonesia versus Guam matchup, it was just 2 dominant wins from the side of Indonesia with around 12 or 14k gold leads. But this time it's gonna be a bit closer for sure. It's gonna be Malaysia versus USA, 2 teams that historically played good MLBB internationally.
Yeah, I feel like for the United States of America, they've had some history with them staying in the upper bracket, especially when you take a look at the 3rd installment of the World Championship, where most of the players were from BTK as well, whereas you have some players from the current BTK squad who's also going to be competing for another international championship very, very soon, or maybe just 2 weeks from now. So I feel like this time around, we're kind of like used to seeing Mobazane all the time, right? We're always used to seeing him being part of these international tournaments together with Shark, together with Zia and the like. But now they're going to be having best player. Just imagine, right? After all of that banter in the NACT Grand Finals, they're going to be teammates all of a sudden, right? So how does that dynamic work? I mean, for USA, this is...
I love drama server, bro.
Right? This is literally going to be, the rest of the members in. Like, the question is, of course, how would you beat one of the strongest regions in the world as of the moment? And how would you mesh well with someone you just talked a lot of trash about? There's no other way to put it, right?
Yeah. Well, if I'm being honest, I feel like that's already settled for now, considering looking at their run back in their most recent professional league locally, which is NACT. They did lose in the upper bracket as well to Cloud9. That was a tough loss, but then again, similar to what Malaysia did, similar to what the Selangor Red Giants did in their own MPL, they were able to climb from lower bracket to upper bracket and beat the team that beat them at first. So I think after Cloud9 eliminated them from the upper bracket, they met again in the grand finals, only for them to make one of the biggest comebacks in NA MLBB history. That was I think a 3-0 to a 3-4. It was a best of
Yeah.
7 series that they just turned around, and that Cloud9 roster was no joke. They had Nats from RSG, they had Basic, they had people who played in EWC, and they even had Midnight as their coach. So that was a big statement win coming in from the boys that we're about to watch right now for USA. And now that they're up against Malaysia, up against the current world champions, if we're looking at MSC, it's going to be a harder match for sure. And hopefully after that long series from their NACT Grand Finals, they've learned a lot of lessons in the early game. Because if we're talking early game, Malaysia knows how to play that so well.
Yeah, I mean, the Malaysians are really good in terms of like trying to find out the best way or possibility for them to continue to dominate the game, especially in the early portions, right? We've seen Malaysian teams in previous tournaments get to finish the game in maybe even less than 15 minutes for most of the time, right? And I feel like that has been their specialty, how clean most of their micro and macro games have been. Because again, a lot of people were saying that Malaysian MLBB is closer to Filipino MLBB than Indonesian MLBB is. Like, there's a lot of stories about that as well, and I feel like at some point, to an extent, that is absolutely true, just because of how well they've tried to execute most of their gameplays. And I just want to know more about how the patch could probably affect the rest of the Malaysian representatives here, because just like from before, right? Just like from before, let's say Luke is going to be added to a Fnatic Onyx roster from Indonesia. This time around, you have Loliel, a gold laner from JP Niners, who's going to be added into that SRG core. So, yeah, do you have any sort of like dynamic to that? How do you feel about that certain idea with Loliel being added to it?
Well, I think if it's in terms of team synergy, I'm really quite happy that it's in the gold lane, because at least the role is very self-explanatory and very linear. You know, it's not like those roles such as roam or mid lane, where you really have to play around the synergy that you have with the team. For gold laners, it's usually just make sure that you're laning well, don't die alone, or farm up, last hit your minions, and make sure to just maximize your gold gain again and again. So for that role, it's very nice that they found a substitute for that instead. You know, if it were another role, that would have been a problem. That would have taken a bit more time to get accustomed to. But because they took in a gold laner, it feels as if you would only have to play well in your role and trust in your teammates. Because that's almost always the goal for gold laners. Be able to farm well and just wait for the rotation coming in from your teammates. And if there's no rotation, then you better do your best to survive.
Yeah, I agree with what you mentioned. Most especially because at least 80% of the roster, or maybe 67% if you include the sub, 67% of the roster is like from SRG, right? So you already know that the communication is going to be on point, and they know how to move around the map in their own way, and they can also find a certain level of understanding. But this is where I feel like it's also going to be beneficial for Loliel and Zach QT, who's actually the sub for Malaysia. Whereas I feel like they can speak their native language a bit more than usual in terms of like the shot calls. I feel like we haven't really talked about that as much, because you know most of the teams, specifically the powerhouses, are full of imports. So they're gonna have to be required to really learn more about the English language so that they can execute the plays more effectively. But with an all-Malaysian squad such as this, even though Loliel is going to be part of a new team, he can understand them a little faster, and he can go with more moves or options depending on what they're going to say, because I feel like they're just more comfortable with the native language. I guess that's just how it is.
Definitely. And with team pride, like national pride in the line as well, we're looking at this tournament like one of those tournaments where national pride is really something as we look at, because
Yeah.
when we look at these rosters, no imports at all. Like we're looking at Team Indonesia with a full Indonesian lineup, Team Philippines with a full Filipino lineup, and that's very important because yes, in professional leagues such as the MPL, it's all right to have imports. There's nothing wrong about that. But in this type of tournament, this is where we could really assess where that certain region's MLBB is. So for Malaysia, this is a very important game as well because you are the current world champions by winning MSC. And yes, it was with 2 Filipino imports and a Filipino coach, but that doesn't mean or doesn't take away from Malaysia, because the fact that these Filipino players struggled in MPL Philippines and they were able to find homes and find a team that took care of them in Malaysia and eventually beating the Filipino team in the finals of MSC, that's a big thing. And Malaysian MLB has gone only up ever since. And I'm really excited to see how they're going to fare up against USA, because you could say the same for North American MLBB has always been just rising, and you could say the same for almost all of their players as well.
Although for USA, I felt like they were on a little bit of a slump recently, given the recent tournament finishes, and I feel like it could be better, especially with what they have accomplished in the M3 World Championship, where everybody didn't know who they were. Everybody didn't know that this region was actually that good in playing MLBB, and a lot of people were saying that maybe they could replicate the same thing, or they miss those kinds of moments where they could surprise other opponents, because I feel like ever since North America or USA has started to come to light for most of the MLBB regions in the world, they have been slowly figured out, right? We start to see a lot more of their compositions being countered by most of the other regions, specifically the powerhouses. And I feel like as of this moment, if you are USA, you need a fresh start, maybe a clean slate. Those disappointing finishes from your previous world championships, from your previous international tournaments, you're gonna have to eliminate that right away, because this is a new slate. These are to be this is technically an all-American squad, and if you are USA, what better statement to start off with a W with than beating a team that had a lot of international champions.
Yeah, Malaysia, definitely one of those teams. And right now for USA and Malaysia, I'm really just looking forward for the draft to start. I'm really looking forward to see what they bring up to the table. But I do think that we're heading on to something else, Hans.
Yeah, we're heading to something else. You probably saw something down low disappearing. We're gonna disappear in just a bit too, but we'll be right back here at IESF WEC 2024. welcome back to IESF World Esports Championship 2024. It's currently held at Riyadh, and we are still your casters, Hans Galeria and Umi. And just like you guys, we are also about to witness what could possibly be a series between Malaysia and the United States of America. Although I feel like, unfortunately, we're not going to be able to see that today given the recent events. I'm sure the matches are going to be as intense, but even so, I feel like we're going to be witnessing most of those results probably in another set of hours, because I was about to say yesterday, but maybe for other countries it's already the next day, honestly.
Yeah, and for a lot of the viewers here, we've been waiting all day and all night, and sadly, we won't be showing you guys the action, but that doesn't mean that the action won't happen, because tomorrow, the next day, we're gonna see what happened in these matches, and we're gonna just deliver everything to you guys. And surely all of these players, Team USA, Team Malaysia, and all of the national teams about to compete today will definitely have a great time playing MLBB tonight.
I honestly hope that we get to see at least one of these two teams. Maybe the highlights would be wonderful, or maybe at least one of these two teams can make it into the top two, because as far as I can remember, right, it's Morocco, the Philippines, Malaysia, and the United States of America. So I don't know about that group. That group has to be intense, man. There can only be two teams that will make it out, and I feel like that's gonna be the case there. But we're about to figure that out in the next set of hours for day number 2 of the World Esports Championship 2024. For now, this is gonna be it for us. Once again, my name is Hans Galeria, and together with me is Romy. Thank you so much for tuning in. Make sure to tune in again tomorrow, as we will make sure to deliver the intense matches again for all of you guys. This has been IESF World Esports Championship 2024.